Good evening, welcome back to the action here on day 6 of the 2023 Masters Track World Championships here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. Almost ready to get underway with racing on this evening's programme. The first event on track is the men's sprint 65-69 quarterfinals. 4 heats in this one, best of 3 for riders to progress into the semi-final stage. So this is a competition that began during day 5 of these World Masters, the men's sprint 65-69. They reached quarterfinals today. Match number 1 will feature James Joseph from Guyana and Paul Sydenham from Great Britain. James Joseph already with a silver medal from the time trial. Both riders just attaching themselves to their bicycles before being wheeled onto the track to come under the starter's orders. 3 laps of the track. The draw for position on the start line. The rider who draws the inside line is obliged to lead for the first half lap at walking pace or better. Unless, of course, their opponent elects to go past them, which they're entirely at liberty to do. As with all of our evening sessions during this week of Masters Track World Championships here in Manchester, we have live stream coverage on YouTube. So if you're watching via that platform, welcome along. We hope you enjoy the action. We're almost ready to get the first of the potential 3 matches in this men's sprint 65-69 quarter-final underway. Sydenham on the inside and Joseph on the outside. Paul Sydenham decides to take up the higher position on the track. James Joseph follows him, sitting a couple of bike lengths behind. The advantage with the rider in second place in these early laps is that you can watch what your opponent's up to without any particular effort required, whereas the rider in front has to keep looking behind him. That's exactly what Paul Sydenham is doing at the moment. See James Joseph just moving a little further up the track, having a little look up the inside, now he moves around the outside. Joseph goes to the front. Be 1 lap to go this time. Joseph, the silver medalist from the time trials, so he's going to turn the pace. He's not committed yet to the red sprinters line. While he stays there, not likely Sydenham is to start closing him down. Neither rider inside the sprinters line, but Joseph has the lead coming off corner 4. And Sydenham has been outpaced by James Joseph. So the first match goes to the Guyanese James Joseph, and Paul Sydenham will have to try and fight back in match number 2. So plenty of sprinting on our racing programme this evening, including age categories 70-74, 75 plus. Also the semi-finals of the men's sprint 45-49 as well. Competition which began yesterday, that men's sprint that's up to the semi-final stage, the 45-49s. Meanwhile though, back in the 65-69s, heat number 2 on track now. Paul Jackson of Australia taking on Aaron Seacon of the United States of America. Aaron Seacon, the bronze medalist from the World Masters in Los Angeles last year. Also, incidentally, the holder of the World Masters best time for the flying 200 metres, although wasn't on his fastest form this morning in qualification. So Paul Jackson of Australia in the yellow colours on the outside, and Aaron Seacon in the predominantly black attire as the rider who's led away from the line. Well, Paul Jackson, winner of the time trial. So both these riders have got speed to bring to this sprint match. The initial lap at least. Probably more about tactics. Seacon looking over his right shoulder as they emerge into the home straight to complete the opening lap. Jackson of Australia just hovering around the middle section of the track by the blue line. The red line, of course, is the one that's important in the sprint. Once a rider is in that and the sprint has been launched, opponents have to go around the outside. Legally, they may not come out and impede the forward progress of their opponent. So it is Aaron Seacon who's first inside that sprinter's line, so he's forcing Paul Jackson to come around the outside. Jackson begins his assault now. Has he left it too late though? He's closing fast on the line. That was very close, but I think Paul Jackson, with a very well judged run to the line there, just got the better of Aaron Seacon. So Jackson goes one match to the good in heat number 2. Last year's bronze medalist will need to rethink his tactics when it comes to the second match. Heat 3 features the defending champion, the man who's at gold in Los Angeles last year. It's Kurt Sato of the United States of America. And his opponent from Canada is Michael Cooper. Cooper on the outside and Sato on the inside. Kurt Sato took the bronze medal in the men's 65-69 time trial at these championships. So heat 3 underway. Sato in the lead position. Always good to get the first victory in a best of 3. Puts the pressure on your opponent, who has to win the second match to force a decider. Sato looking over both shoulders. Michael Cooper is staying to his right at the moment. Moves a little closer now as both riders increase the pace. Be 1 lap to go when they come into the finishing straight this time. Still Sato ahead of Cooper. Cooper's let the gap open here. He's got the longer way to go round as well because Sato's already inside that red sprinter's line. Now Cooper begins his attack. But Kurt Sato holds on to the lead as they come into the finishing straight. And it's going to be victory for the USA and Kurt Sato in the first match in heat number 3. And so this match is between Jay Wolkoff and James Thiel. These two riders rode together, along with Kurt Sato and Aaron Seacon, to take the gold medal in the men's team sprint a few days ago, but now they are matched against each other in this first of potential 3 matches in heat 4 of the men's sprint quarterfinals. Wolkoff on the outside, Thiel on the, no, the other way around. It's Wolkoff on the inside, Thiel on the outside. Stars are keeping a watchful eye, making sure that they continue forward progress until the first half lap has been completed. Jay Wolkoff with the yellow on the top of his track racing skin suit, and Thiel in the darker colours. Dips down to the bottom and takes up the lead position. Wolkoff is going to try and use the height of the banking here to aid his closing of the gap to James Thiel. Wolkoff aims for that sprinter's line. He's there now, so Thiel has got the longer way to go around. Try and take advantage of the slipstream of Wolkoff as they go down the back straight. So Wolkoff's occupancy of that sprinter's line has meant that Thiel has to take the longer route, and he's not got the pace to do so. So Jay Wolkoff will be the winner of match 1 in heat number 4. So the next set of sprint quarterfinals are for the age category 70 to 74. Heat 1 between Jean-Louis Doublet of France and Bob Barber of Great Britain. You'll have no problem identifying which of the riders is Bob Barber. His disc wheels match his racing attire, yellow and black. Don't look at them for too long though, you may become hypnotised. So Bob is on the outside and Jean-Louis on the inside. Again, best of 3 for this men's sprint 70 to 74 quarterfinals. Jean-Louis Doublet, winner of the silver medal in the time trial at this year's championships. Bob's just got the 1 disc wheel for the competition phase, making steering a little easier with a multi-spoke wheel in the front. He rode the qualification round with 2 disc wheels. More aerodynamic, but less manoeuvrable. So most riders in the sprint matches favouring at least a spoked wheel in the front of the machine. So Bob Barber loitering towards the top of the track here. Very familiar with the boards of the National Cycling Centre, competed here on numerous occasions in the World Masters, and also does a lot of coaching here as well. I know he's got supporters from his home club of the South End Wheelers watching our live stream, so good evening to them. I'm sure there are people in France maybe who have tuned in to support Jean-Louis Doublet. Who's going to get the best of this first match? At the moment, Doublet has the lead. Barber poised to try and come round him, but Doublet, the time trial silver medal, is beginning to accelerate, and Bob Barber not able to close the gap at the moment. So it looks like Jean-Louis Doublet has got the better speed here, and he takes the first match with relative ease. So just before we go into our next match, let me tell you that our race officials have issued a warning to competitor number 447, Bob Barber. It's an A37 for missing or not visible number or transponder. His offence, by the way, is to have the numbers contained within a pocket, which is not permitted under the regulations. They have to be on the outside of your jersey or skin suit. So, the riders in the next heat, Marc d'Angleterre of France and Charles Gary Hoffman of the United States of America. Marc d'Angleterre, one of the fastest qualifiers from the time trial phase of the sprint competition earlier today. Occupying the lower position at the moment, just in fact dropping down to the lowermost part of the track. Hoffman remaining in the middle ground. Still just about half a bike length behind. The bell will provoke faster action, I suspect, as we get into the final lap, and it is d'Angleterre who begins the acceleration. Hoffman, once again, has got work to do here because his opponent is inside that sprinter's line. Beginning to close him down now, but again, it may just be too late for the rider from the United States here, because the Frenchman Marc d'Angleterre is going to come across the line in first place and will take the first match. Whilst we wait for our next heat to come onto the track, I'll just reinforce the information about riders who receive warnings or other official sanctions, that they remain throughout the event, not specific to the event in which you're riding. So if you get a warning in one event, it applies to all of them. So you do need to pay attention to those warnings and other advisories when issued. So, heat number 3 will feature Walter Thornhill of South Africa, taking on Peter Humphreys of Great Britain. So Peter Humphreys versus Walter Thornhill. Humphreys in the blue and white, and Thornhill in the green and yellow, national colours of his home nation of South Africa. Not too many technicalities going on in the sprints at the moment. The riders just relying on pace. At the moment, it is Humphreys who has the lead. Thornhill, though, within reaching distance. Acceleration applied as they go down the back straight. Still Humphries with the advantage. Thornhill now try and make a move around the outside here, but he's not able to overhaul the pace of Peter Humphries of Great Britain, so Humphries is the winner of heat number 3, match 1. So one more match in this 70-74 quarterfinals. It's in Heat 4, match 1, between Jose Char of Argentina and Mark Altamirano of the United States of America. Jose Char already been on the podium as a silver medalist in the point race last night. So Mark Altamirano is the first rider to arrive on track here. He's drawn the inside line, just enough room to insert Jose Char of Argentina above him. Starter just confirming both riders are good to go before blowing the whistle to get this first match in Heat 4 underway. Altamirano just looking behind to determine whether Jose Char is about to launch an offensive. A bit early yet, halfway around the opening lap. Char content to sit a little higher on the track, a couple of bike lengths behind, and make his opponent do all the looking around. Altamirano moves up a little, trying to narrow the angle that his opponent could use to launch an attacking move underneath. Drops down inside that red sprinter's line. Char follows him. 1 3/4 laps still to go. Now the forward momentum gets a little greater. Char still using the height of the track. And goes over the top of Altamirano. Altamirano's going to have to respond to this move from the Argentinian. He's gone away, and as they go to the back straight, there's a gap to close here for Mark Altamirano. Jose Char is already into corner 3. Altamirano's gap is not going to be able to close that one, so it will be Jose Char with the faster pace, beating Mark Altamirano in match number 1. So we move to men's sprint 75 plus, and first heat will feature the defending champion, the man who won in Los Angeles last year, and indeed has been a multiple Masters champion over the years in various disciplines and in pretty much every age category he's ridden in. He is the defending champion. He is on the outside, and he is representing Great Britain, Jeff Cook. His opponent on the inside, also for Great Britain, is Robert Ricks. Robert was just outside the medals in the sprint at the National Masters in Newport earlier this year. Well, a wealth of experience, both of these riders, but Jeff Cook in particular. Actually, since the very first time the World Masters came to Manchester, Jeff Cook has been in the thick of the action, winning medals in sprint, and time trial, and latterly also in distance races as well. Took the silver medal in the scratch here yesterday, and is a points race champion of the Masters so far. So Robert Ricks knows he has got a real challenge on his hands here. He'd love to get the first match under his belt and put the defending champion Jeff Cook under pressure. So he's up and down the track. In fact, he came down with such force there, almost unseated himself. So continuing on, Cook following the shenanigans from a safe distance and now begins to pick up his pace. Rick's not yet committed to the sprinters line. Cook is going to go around the outside nonetheless. Rick's just drifting up the track there, but the greater pace of Jeff Cook will be unaffected by that. And Jeff Cook, defending champion, takes another step towards successfully defending his title of World Masters Sprint Champion in the 75 plus age category. 1-0 to Jeff Cook. Heat number 2 will feature Colin Claxton of New Zealand and Michel Briat of France. Michel Briat carrying a warning from the earlier round this morning for a missing, modified or not visible number. So needs to be watchful. 2 strikes and you're out in terms of warnings. Briat is on the inside in the luminous green colours, and his opponent Colin Claxton, number 478, is on the outside. Claxton, winner of the gold medal in the scratch race here, and also took a bronze in the time trial. Again, no finessing here, just straight into picking the pace up. Claxton lower down on the track. Briat considering using the banking to his advantage and sweeping down at some point, but Claxton is inside that sprinter's line already. So can Michel Briat come around Colin Claxton? Not looking particularly likely at the moment. Claxton is going to win this one by a comfortable margin. So Colin Claxton goes one ahead of Michel Briat in match 1 of Heat 2. So we move on now to Heat 3, and the riders involved here. Representing Australia will be Jim Veal, and his opponent from France will be Michael Francois. Michel Francois, to give him the correct French pronunciation. And here's Francois on the outside, Jim Veal of Australia on the inside. Veal, the time trial champion in this age category. Michel Francois, bronze medals in both the scratch and the points race discipline so far this week. So Veal in the green and yellow, representing Australia. Francois in the multicoloured blue type jersey, representing France. Bell this time, it is still Veal who has the lead, but Francois right in his wheel tracks. Veal raises himself from the saddle, accelerates, and Francois is able to follow him whilst remaining seated. Still very close, but Francois will have to start thinking about coming around the outside of Veal because he's got the shorter run to the line. And he's not going to do it, so Jim Veal will take victory in match 1 of heat number 3. One more heat, quarterfinal. That's all. One more quarterfinal match to go in heat 4 for Mark Rodemaker versus James Kloss, both riders from the United States of America. Rodemaker on the inside and Kloss is on the outside. In fact, James Kloss is from the next age category of 80 plus, where he actually holds the World Masters best time for the time trial. The first round of the sprint competition, achieving that back in 2019 here in Manchester at the World Masters. So Rodemaker is launched away from the line first. Bell won these two come into the home straight this time. Still Rodemaker ahead of Kloss. Now Kloss begins the acceleration, draws level with his opponent. Head into the back straight. The shorter route is in favour of the rider on the inside here, Mark Rodemaker. That's why James Kloss has gone backwards a little here. Can he come back again at Rodemaker? Well, no, he can't. So it will be Mark Rodemaker who takes first blood in match 1 of heat 4 of the Sprint 75 plus quarterfinals. So again, we'll return to that competition a little bit later this evening. We'll go into the match 2 phase, but continue the sprinting form as we move on to semi-finals in the sprint age category 45 to 49. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a competition that actually began here yesterday, the men's 45-49 sprint. We're in the semi-final stage of this one. Again, best of 3. And the winner of each of the 2 heats will go into the gold medal final. The loser will go into the bronze medal final. Heat 1 for Italy is Dario Zampieri, and his opponent from Norway is Harald Finnesand. Finnesand in the red with the blue cross on the back of Norway. Strong Norwegian contingent here at the World Masters 2023 here in Manchester. And enthusiastic support for all of their riders. And, Dario Zampieri is the man in second place at the moment with the white jersey. I detect the tinkle of a cowbell down there. So I mentioned the enthusiastic support. And that's about to be evidenced, I imagine, particularly if Harald Finnesand can take the first match. And he's trying to keep Dario Zampieri at the top of the track for as long as he can. Zampieri trying to go over the top now of his Norwegian opponents. Finnesand already in the sprinters line, so but Zampieri's gone past him and then dropped down ahead of him, which is perfectly fine to do. Comes around at the banking now and into the finishing straight, and Dario Zampieri outpacing Harald Finnesand. So he takes match number 1 in semi-final, Heat 1. So perhaps our Norwegian supporters need to cheer a little louder for Harald next time. See if he can square it and take it to a decider. Semi-final Heat 2. It's an all-USA affair, this one. We've got Joshua McDonald versus Charles Moore. Charles Moore was the bronze medalist in the sprint at the World Masters in Los Angeles last year. He will start in the outside position in this heat. And Joshua McDonald on the inside. McDonald dropping down to the bottom of the track here. Moore maintaining his position near the top. Begins the acceleration. As McDonald got this move covered. Well, Moore gets a wheel ahead with a lap to go. Charles Moore and Josh McDonald shoulder to shoulder coming out of corner 2. Shorter line down the back straight for Joshua McDonald. It's advantageous here, but Moore has certainly not given up on this one. It's going to be close on the line, but not quite close enough for Charles Moore. And Joshua McDonald is the winner of their first semi-final match. So we will move on now to the men's team pursuit, age category 35 to 44. Three teams entered this competition this morning and rode a qualification round. The fastest two teams will ride off now for the gold medal. And the team who finished third, well, they will receive a bronze medal without the necessity for a further ride. So the teams involved here are Northwest Cycling, who will start in the home straight, and the Derby Masters, who will start in the back straight. So 4 riders per team, 16 laps of the track, or 4 kilometres. Time taken on the third rider across the line. So you can afford to drop 1 man from your team at some point during the ride. Some teams do it early after having got a first fast start, and then drop the gate man. Others continue for as long as they can before the 4th rider drops away. Others still actually finish with all 4 riders. Regardless of the technique you use, it's the 3rd rider's time who counts. Team already in position on the back straight. So the starting order for the Derby Masters in the back straight. The rider in the gate is Anthony Wallace. Second man is Andrew Manier. 3rd is Adam Kenway, and 4th is Michael Kirkland. Clock ticking for the Northwest Cycling team. Point just brought to their attention by one of their riders, Alistair Rutherford, down there. You have to get yourself ready to go within 50 seconds once the bike is clamped in the gate. Starting on for Northwest, Stephen Feeney in the gate. Man 2 is Scott Burns. Man 3, Alistair Rutherford. Man 4, Simon Wilson. Well, Northwest Cycling were comfortably the fastest qualifiers this morning by the order of 4 seconds faster than the Derby Masters. So they will inevitably start as the favourites here. And a little bit of daylight to man 4 here. Derby Masters have started slower, but slightly neater order. Northwest Cycling dropped the 4th rider, Stephen Feeney, quite early this morning. After the first kilometre or so, if memory serves me correctly. I think they're probably end up doing the same thing again, because Feeney's having trouble getting back onto the line here. But they're still down, Derby Masters, by 2.290. And Northwest Cycling have dropped the 4th rider, so they're down to 3, as they were this morning in qualification. Proved effective for them nonetheless. Just Stephen Feeney, who has been dropped by the Northwest Cycling team. Leaves Rutherford, Wilson and Burns on track. And they're eating up the ground to their opponents, the Derby Masters. Pretty soon to be in the same straight. Still got 2.5 kilometres to go. Still all 4 riders working well for Derby Masters: Adam Kenway, Andrew Manier, Michael Kirkland and Anthony Wallace. But at the moment they have got no answer to the pace of the Northwest Cycling trio. So I suspect we're going to have the catch in the next lap or so. Prior to that, the Derby Masters will be told to stay down and not to change. So Derby Masters, please do not change. Here come the catch from Northwest Cycling. And that's victory for Northwest Cycling. Their time at the time of catching, just over 2 minutes, but that's an irrelevance because they are the gold medal winners. Silver for Derby Masters. And the team who finished third in the qualification round this morning will actually go onto the podium for the bronze medal, and that was the team of Poland. So congratulations to Scott Burns, Alistair Rutherford, Simon Wilson and Stephen Feeney from Northwest Cycling. They are the gold medal winners in the men's team pursuit 35 to 44 age category. So after that brief sojourn into the world of team pursuiting, we are going to return to the sprint competitions that began our evening here, and we're at the match 2 stage in each of them. So first up will be the men's sprint 65-69 quarter-final match 2, heat 1 between James Joseph and Paul Sydenham. So a reverse of the starting order last time, in that James Joseph will start on the inside and Paul Sydenham on the outside. James Joseph was the winner of match 1. Can Paul Sydenham hit back and force a decider? Or will he take no further part in the sprint if James Joseph goes forward into the semi-finals? A very measured start here. They need to go at walking pace or better, or our commissaires taking the back straight will amble alongside them to ensure that's what they do. eventually take to the track. Not further to go yet before they can come to a halt. Need to cross the pursuit line in the back straight. That's deemed to be pretty much half a lap from the start line. Joseph has brought proceedings almost to a halt in order to do what he's actually just achieved, which is to force Paul Sydenham to go to the front. So Sydenham has to look behind him. Joseph, who won from the back in the first of the matches, has obviously decided that was a good tactic and is trying to employ it again. Paul Sydenham will be aware of that. See what he can do to counter any moves from his Guyana opponent. Joseph drops down and pushes Sydenham up to the top of the track. It's Joseph who begins the sprint. Sydenham matches his pace as they go down the home straight. Then he swings up. So too does Joseph. Both riders trying to use the height of the banking out of corner 2 to give themselves more velocity down the back straight. Still Joseph in the lead. Sydenham has got to try and close him down as they come into the finishing straight this time. And I don't think he's going to do it. So in 2 straight rides, James Joseph will progress into the sprint semi-finals, defeating Paul Sydenham of Great Britain. So this is Heat 2, Match 2, Paul Jackson of Australia and Aaron Seacon of the United States. Jackson on the inside was the winner of the first match. Seacon on the outside. As I mentioned earlier, Aaron Seacon was the bronze medalist in LA last year at the World Masters. But unless he can win this one, he's in danger of making no further progress in this year's sprint competition. Paul Jackson will be hoping that is the case. Part of Aaron Seacon will want to try and take this to a decider. Seacon in the black, Jackson in the yellow colours. The green shorts. There's an Australian livery. So Seacon on the outside, Jackson on the inside. And Seacon is level with Jackson, but Jackson lower down the track. So Seacon needs to kick again here to try and come over the top of Jackson. He's not going to do it, so Paul Jackson of Australia defeats last year's bronze medalist, and he will go into the sprint semi-finals. On to heat number 3. Kurt Sato and Michael Cooper. Michael Cooper with race number 409 starts on the inside, and Kurt Sato number 435 follows him away from the line. Cooper from Canada and Sato from the United States. Kurt Sato is the men's sprint champion in this age category from Los Angeles last year. So we've seen the upset of last year's bronze medalist going out in the previous heat. Kurt Sato, who has one match to the good against Michael Cooper, we'll be hoping doesn't befall a similar fate. He just needs to win this one to go into the semis. This one being played out high on the track. Until the first rider concedes the battle and drops down to the inside. And that was Kurt Sato. So Sato now taking the initiative, drops inside the sprinter's line, begins the acceleration. Cooper's got a big gap to close once again. Kurt Sato fully committed now. Defending champion into the final run to the line, and he will take that one as well. So Kurt Sato in 2 straight rides progresses into the semi-finals. The defending champion continues his progress in this year's sprint competition. So next we will bring you heat number 4, match 2. Jay Wolkoff of the United States taking on his fellow countryman James Thiel. It was Wolkoff who was the winner of the first match. He'll start on the outside this time, and James Thiel on the inside. Riders given a healthy shove away from the line by their helpers. It's Thiel who's dropped into the lead position. Both seasoned Masters competitors, and of course teammates. When it came to taking prizes earlier in the week. Team pursuit, but here they're against each other. So Wolkoff, with the benefit of the opening match to his credit, seeing what James Thiel's going to do. Wolkoff decides he wants to go underneath, just about room to do it there. So Wolkoff has obliged Thiel to come the long way round. Thiel is just about a quarter of a bike length behind as they come into the scoreboard. But the slightly further distance is going to be his undoing, and Jay Wolkoff will take that one. So again, 2 straight rides takes Jay Wolkoff through into the sprint semi-finals in the age category 65 to 69. So age category 70-74, and match 2 in heat number 1 is Jean-Louis Dublet of France versus Bob Barber of Great Britain. Dublet, the winner of the first match. So this time it's Bob Barber who starts on the inside, in the yellow and white. So Bob Barber dictating progress at the moment. Jean-Louis Dublé knows that the pressure is on Barber because of course he has to win this one to force a decider. So he's content to sit behind him until the moment he feels is right to strike. Bob Barber's left the door open for Jean-Louis Dublé, tempting him to launch the sprint first. Dublé was unwilling to do so. They drift down the track. He's first again inside the sprinters line. Barber just leading into the back straight. Again finds himself with a longer run to the line with his French opponent lower down the track. Drift again out of the line as they came out of corner 3. But on the line it is just again enough done by Jean-Louis Dublé of France to take victory over Bob Barber in 2 straight rides. So much to Marc d'Angleterre and Charles Gary Hoffman on track. It's d'Angleterre of France who was the winner of the first match. One lap to go when they come to the home straight this time. Charles Gary Hoffman on the outside here, d'Angleterre on the inside. Ooh, almost coming together as they swing up out of the sprinters line there. And Marc d'Angleterre again with ease takes victory over Charles Gary Hoffman in 2 straight rides. So Marc d'Angleterre is the rider who goes into the sprint semi-finals. Taking your attention back to Heat 1, you'll recall in the first match a warning was issued to rider number 447. It was an A37 for modified or not visible number. The rider had failed to correct the problem in the second match, therefore there is a second warning, A37, issued to rider number 447, Bob Barber, and that means that Bob Barber is disqualified from the sprint competition. A reminder to all riders that apart from selected events, your numbers have to be displayed on the outside surface of your racing tyre, not in a pocket, not under sticky tape, but actually on your racing jersey, secured with pins. So let's move on to heat number 3, match 2. Walter Thornhill versus Peter Humphries. Well, Peter Humphries waiting patiently on the start line for his opponent, who's just securing his feet firmly to the pedals. Peter Humphries from Great Britain was the winner of the first match between these two, so Walter Thornhill, who is even now arriving on the start line, has to win this one to take it to a match 3. Peter Humphries peering over his right shoulder to see in the far distance Walter Thornhill. Thornhill has had a few minutes to reconsider his tactics following his defeat in the first match. He's deciding that laying off by several bike lengths from his opponent is perhaps the way to do this. Humphries starts to move a little further up the track. Thornhill moves a little closer. Humphries trying to make sure that Thornhill can't dive underneath and take the sprinter's line. The best way to do that is to take the line yourself, which is exactly what he has done. Thornhill now getting closer still. We're inside the final lap though, so Thornhill of South Africa is going to come around the outside of Humphries of Great Britain as they come into the finishing straight. Getting closer but not close enough, so Peter Humphries in 2 straight rides goes into the sprint semi-finals for the age category 70 to 74. One more match to go in these quarterfinals. Match 2, it's for Heat 4 between Jose Char of Argentina and Mark Altamirano of the United States. Char of Argentina was the winner of the first match, outpacing his opponent. So Mark Altamirano will be acutely aware now of the speed of the Argentinian. What can he do to counter it? We'll find out momentarily. So starting it in the reverse order from which they departed from the line last time, which means that Jose Char of Argentina is the man on the inside this time. Jose Char took the silver medal here last night in a dramatic point race final. He was involved in the sprint competition and there's one match up against Mark Altamirano. If he wins this one, he too will go into the semi-finals. Jean-Louis Dublé, Marc D'Angleterre and Peter Humphreys already there. Mark who's on the front here, is determined not to let that happen. Trying to keep his Argentinian opponent at bay. They're shoulder to shoulder coming out of corner 2. Argentinian on the outside gets half a wheel ahead. And we know he's got a faster turn of pace than Mark Altamirano. We saw it in the opening match, and it's going to be displayed here once again because Jose Char of Argentina, in 2 straight rides, stakes his place in the sprint semi-finals. So on his way to category 75 plus now, in the quarterfinal stage, match 2. Hit 1 is Jeff Cook versus Robert Ricks, both riders from Great Britain. Jeff Cook, the winner of the opening heat, and is the defending Masters Sprint champion for this age category. Robert Ricks has to win this one if he's to force this to a decider. Onerous responsibility against the defending champion. Jeff Cook, a great sprint tactician. Just tracking along behind Ricks at the moment. Slow motion opening lap. It's trying to force Cook to come through. Defending champions having none of it. One and 3/4 laps to go. Rick starts to move a little further up the track. So Cook follows him, maintaining the same distance there. The bell this time. And the final play is about to develop here. Ricks begins to accelerate. So too does Jeff Cook, rapidly closing the gap on his opponent. Ricks is riding high out of corner 2, but Cook is already alongside. Now as they come out of corner 3, it's Jeff Cook, the defending champion, who has his wheel ahead. Ricks will run in close, but not close enough. So Jeff Cook, in 2 straight rides, goes into the sprint semi-finals for the age category 75 plus. Heat 2, match 2, between Colin Claxton of New Zealand and Michel Briat of France. Claxton is first to arrive on track, running race number 478. Shortly joined by his opponent, Michel Briat. The very bright lime green and blue colours. I'm sure it's a lime green or neon yellow, but it's very bright nonetheless. To change all the black-clad riders on the track. So away we go. Colin Claxton, the winner of the opening exchange between these two. If he wins this one, he too will go through into the semis and into the draw that Jeff Cook is already in. So Colin Claxton being challenged here by Michel Briant of France. Claxton still has the advantage coming into the bell lap. Briant's left himself a big gap to close here. Claxton comfortably inside the sprinter's line, just look over his shoulders to see where his opponent is. Breathe a little easier, I think, as they come off corner 4, because Michel Briant was able to put up a strong challenge, and Colin Claxton is also now through into the sprint semi-finals by 2 matches to 0. Heat 3, match 2, Jim Veal of Australia and Michel Francois of France. Veal was the winner of the first match. He will start on the outside this time. So Michel Francois will be hoping he can fly the flag for France in the semi-finals, but he's got to overcome Jim Veal this time. Victory for Veal will take him into the semis. Veal decides by means of dropping down and moving up underneath his opponent to take the lead briefly, but Francois prefers to be at the front, so he retakes the lead position. Veal decides then to go around the other side. Come on, he says. Let's go. And Veal already opens the gap with a lap and a bit to go. Has Michel Francois got anything to challenge Jim Veal, the Australian? Across the 200-metre line. Veal with a sizable advantage. Francois trying to accelerate, but he's left himself once again too big a gap to close to Jim Veal of Australia. With a quick look over his right shoulder, Jim Veal takes his place in the semi-finals. One more quarter-final match 2 to go. It's in Heat 4 between Mark Rodemaker of the United States and James Kloss, also from the United States. Kloss number 496, white and yellow colours, first to arrive on the track. Rodemaker takes up position alongside him. This is Rodemaker on the outside, so Kloss obliged to lead away. Starter's whistle gets Heat 4 underway. James Kloss in the 80+ age category. So qualified into a quarter-final draw from the qualification round this morning. Rodemaker moves to the front. Decides that he would like to be there, so draws level with his opponents to go down the back straight. So it's Rodemaker on the inside, Kloss on the outside. Bell for 1 lap to go this time. Kloss still not quite able to get his nose ahead. He's got a longer way to go as well. Rodemaker's inside that sprinter's line. Rodemaker still on the front. Kloss can't benefit from the slipstream either, unable to pick up the pace sufficiently, so Mark Rodemaker in 2 rides will go into the sprint semi-finals for the age category 75+. 2 more sprint matches to go before we go into our next event, which will be the men's team sprint 55-64 finals. And this is the men's sprint 45-49 semi-finals. Heat 1 between Dario Zampieri of Italy and Harald Finnesand of Norway. So victory go to the Italian Dario Zampieri. So Harald Finnesand needs to win this one to take it to a third and decisive match. Starting on this side, sees Dario Zampieri of Italy in the lower position on the track and Harald Finnesand of Norway at the top. Finnesand looking down from on high here at Zampieri, who's lower down the track. Joins him in the middle part, just off the blue line. Zampieri lifts himself out of the saddle. Injects a bit more pace into this one. Finnesand responds. Zampieri fully commits to the sprint with a lap to go. Once again forcing his opponent to go around the outside. And Harald Finnesand summon any more pace against Dario Zampieri. The Italian is maintaining his lead position across the line. Only two rides, Dario Zampieri is through into the gold medal final. Sporting handshake between the two combatants, and Harald Finnesand you'll see again in the bronze medal final. Who he will meet there may well be determined by this next match, then again it may take a decider. It is Heat 2, Match 2. It's Joshua McDonald, the winner of Match 1 from the United States, taking on the opponent Charles Moore, also from the United States. McDonald on the outside this time. Rubbing his hands in anticipation is Joshua McDonald, looking over impassively at his opponent, who's staring resolutely ahead. So can Charles Moore do anything to upset Joshua McDonald's progress into the semi-finals? If he can, it has to be in this match. More in the black and blue colours on the front here. Joshua McDonald trying to keep more boxed in at the top of the track. Give him no leeway to make a sudden move. That leaves the onus upon Moore to try and come around McDonald, because he has got the sprinter's line now. Joshua McDonald with that first match already under his belt. But here comes Charles Moore. It's exciting hard down that back straight. Off a bike length. But of course he's got the longer runs of the line as well. This is going to be close on the line, but I think McDonald just held on once again on the inside, despite Moore lunging his bike up the line. It's going to be Joshua McDonald who progresses into the gold medal final, where he'll meet Dario Zampieri. And Charles Moore will line up for the bronze medal final against Harold Finnersand. So no necessities for match C's in any of those sprint competitions at the moment. So our next event on track will be the men's team sprint 55-64 age category. And then following completion of the 2 medal rides in this, we will have the first of our evening's victory ceremonies for the men's team pursuit, followed by the men's team sprint. So riders for certainly the team pursuit victory ceremony, please make yourself ready. Coming up shortly following completion of these 2 medal rides in the team sprint competition. So first up we will have the bronze medal final between, in the home straight, the team of Great Britain, GB1, and in the back straight, the Dean's List team from the United States. So Great Britain versus the United States for the bronze medal. GB1 in the home straight, the Dean's List in the back straight. GB1 recorded a time of 54.97 this morning, and Dean's List 51.536. First leg being ridden by Lee Rowe for Great Britain and Kirk Robinson for the Dean's List. Pretty evenly matched, just .362 in favour of GB1 at the moment. Second rider, Chris Pyatt for GB1 and Fred Stanage for the Dean's List. And as they go into the final lap, that'll be ridden by David Ellis for Great Britain and Aram Baizi for the Dean's List. And as they come to the line, it is going to be very close, but it will be victory for GB1 in a time of 50.620. They take the bronze medal. And the time for the Dean's List was 51.031. So moving on to the gold medal final, starting in the home straight with a team of 2024 Roubaix, which, if you didn't know, will be the location for the World Masters for the next 2 years, 2014 and 2015. They, of course, are representing France. And in the back straight are the team of Australia. So Frank Calcas, Eric Gomez and Laurent Gauthier, the riders in the home straight, and in the back straight, Chris Murray, Alan Townsend and Gary Mandy. Gold medal final, France versus Australia in the men's team sprint. First away from the gate for France was Eric Gomez, and the gate man for Australia, Gary Mandy. Faster start for the French trio, but only very marginal, by 0.088 of a second. Still ahead of Australia. Round two takes over for France, Laurent Gauthier, and for Australia, Alan Townsend. I think the moment is the final changeover. Frank Calcas takes over for France and Chris Murray for Australia. So we'll test the final lap and, of course, to record the finishing time and determine the whereabouts of the medals. So heading towards the line, and it's going to be close. And 49.165 for Team 2024 Roubaix, but the winners of the gold medal by a very small margin are the team of Australia in the back straight, 49.056. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Men's Team Pursuit, age category 35 to 44. The medals and jerseys will be presented by Ian Emerson, OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing Poland, Adrian Swiderski, Krzysztof Wolski, Robert Zapaniak, Leszek Sobiziak. In second place and winners of the silver medals, representing Great Britain, Derby Masters, Adam Kenway, Andrew Manier, Michael Kirkland, Anthony Wallace. In first place, UCI Masters World Champions and winners of the gold medals, representing Great Britain North West Cycling, Scott Burns, Alistair Rutherford, Simon Wilson, Stephen Feeney. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champions, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. The medals and awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Track Masters World Championships, men's team sprint, age category 55 to 64. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson, OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, David Ellis, Chris Pyatt, Lee Rowe, Paul Turner. In second place and winners of the silver medals, representing France, Team 2024 Roubaix, Frank Kalkus, Eric Gomez, Laurent Gauthier. In first place, UCI Masters World Champions and winners of the gold medals, representing Australia, Chris Murray, Alan Townsend, Gary Mandy, Jeff Stoker. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champions, we present the national anthem of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. So next on track we have the women's point race, age category 35 to 44. This is the final, contested over 40 laps with 4 sprints, 11 riders lining up for this one. So the riders need to be all together when they come around to the home straight. Got a breakaway move already here. Race has not started yet, so no points in accelerating off the front. So they'll have another rolling lap. Save the attacking for in the race. Be a good idea. So all together now, gunfires, we are off and racing. Charlotte Parham of Great Britain, in colours of Story Racing, already winner of the team pursuit, individual pursuit and scratch race gold medals so far this week. We'll try and add the point race to that illustrious list. Strong competition, numerous other medal winners in this field as well. John Smith, bronze in the scratch race. Alison Favard got gold in the team pursuit, silver in the scratch. Louise Haston, silver in the team pursuit. Madeline Moore, silver in the team pursuit and gold in the time trial. First sprint comes up with 30 laps to go. The first 4 riders across the line pick up points, 5, 3, 2 and 1. Winner of the race is the rider who accumulates the most points. There are double points in the final lap. And of course, if you gain or lose a lap, you either gain or lose 10 points. As well as her numerous World Masters medals here this week, Charlotte Parham is also the reigning British Masters champion for the point race in the age category 35-39. We're 4 laps away from the opening sprint when they come around to the home straight this time. Expect to see the pace increase. Riders hope to pick up points on the line. It's good to open your account early in a race. Relatively short distance for a point race, 40 laps. There's 4 sprints during the course of those 40 laps, so it's important to start picking up points on the first sprint if you can. Of course, in a relatively short race with few sprints, those double points on the final sprint are all the more important. In 2 laps' time, the bell will indicate the next lap is the sprint lap. Two groups of 2 appear from the head of the race, leading duo, including Charlotte Parham and Theodora Rayner. It's Parham who comes over the top of Rayner as they go down the back straight. The other 2 will secure the remaining points here. Looks like Parham favourite for the 5, Rayner for 3, Alison Favard for 2 and John Smith with 1 point in the opening sprint. Subject to official confirmation, and there it is. So 5 riders at the head of the race. Rebecca Rimmington has joined them as well. Front of the bunch chasing, led by Louise Haston. 5 don't seem keen to press on with this, so the Mayfield will come back to them as they come under the scoreboard. 28 laps to go when they come to the home straight this time. So the majority of the field here from Great Britain, just two riders from elsewhere, Karen McCaskill, number 17 from New Zealand, and Brittany O'Neill from the United States. And you'll note from the scoreboard we had one non-starter from the originally published start list, Clarice Chung of Great Britain, a non-starter. It's the 11 riders who took the start. Lone attack here, 4 out for the next sprint. It's Brittany O'Neill of the United States. Into the bunch headed by Madeline Moore, Great Britain. Perhaps better chase this one down, thinks Madeline Moore, so she increases her pace as well. Trying to bridge across to the lone leader who has got 2 laps to go to the first sprint. Charlotte Parnham senses the danger here as well. She's leading the chase at the front of a fragmenting main field, split into 2 groups with one rider in between those 2 groups in the main field. But our leader, Brittany O'Neill, gets the bell. Madeline Moore is going to get caught here by Charlotte Parnham and the rest of the main field. I feel that Brittany O'Neill will get swept away by the fast-moving peloton before the line is reached for the points. In second place, but coming through to pick up maximum points this time will be Theodora Rayner. She was second in the opening sprint, so fortune's reversed this time round, with Rayner first and Parnham second. Louise Haston for third and Alison Favard in fourth place in the second sprint. So Haston has 2 points, Favard has 3, Rayner and Parnham have 8 points each. And we've got 19 laps to go. Charlotte Parnham and Theodora Rayner still in a small gap here. Parnham just looking over her shoulder, see where the rest of the main field have gone. Madeline Moore sitting on the front of it with just behind her, Alison Favard. Parnham and Rayner not keen on trying to develop this move into a lap game, so they've swung up high as we come out into corner 4, and once again the race comes all back together with 17 laps remaining. Nicola Soden makes her first sojourn off the front of the race here. Immediate response from Parnham. So we close the gap to Nicola Soden. Parnham has seen that Rayner has gained some ground here, 5 away from the next sprint. These 2 locked together on 8 points each, both of the win and both of the second place. All back together once more. That little flurry of activity. 4 laps to go to the next sprint. It will be the penultimate sprint as well. Karen McCaskill of New Zealand in the black colours at the top of the track in the front. Penultimate sprint is just 2 laps away now. Only 5 of the 11 riders in the race have scored points so far. Bell this time. Parnham well placed in second spot. Rayner comes over the top of her. These two looking like they're going to fight it out first and second place once again in this sprint. Parnham has the advantage over Rayner as they go down the back straight. It's like Madeline Moore trying to fight her way forwards, trying to snatch a few points as well. It's maximum points for Parnham, second place for Rayner. In fact, it was Louise Haston who came through in third place. Madeline Moore further down the line, not picking up any points in that one. So Parnham for 5, Rayner for 3, Haston 2, and Joanna Smith adds another point to her score. 9 to go. Still only 5 riders with points, but the advantage now for Charlotte Parnham over Theodora Rayner. It's 2 points. One sprint remaining, and it's a double point sprint. The riders so close together for points here. 10 points in the final sprint could make all the difference. Well, Nicola Soden tried a hand a couple of laps ago at going off the front. Another go with 8 laps remaining. Riders who are in the mix for the medals sense the danger here. Nicola Soden still on 0 points. So it's Theodora Rayner and Charlotte Parnham who are first to make the junction to Nicola Soden. Swiftly joined by Joanna Smith as well. So a leading group of 4 riders. Louise Haston with 4 points in third place. She was scoring heavily in this final sprint. To make that third place more secure, nipping at the heels, just 1 point behind is Alison Favard. A further point behind Favard is Joanna Smith. Still the 4 leading riders. Nicola Soden, the 4th of them. Parnham, Smith and Rayner the other 3, but they're all back together with 5 to go. As soon as the junction's made, Theodora Rayner accelerates once more. Almost inevitably, Charlotte Parnham is the rider who goes with them. As those two sit high on the track. Certainly getting the prize for persistence here is Nicola Soden. 3rd significant attack by Soden. This time she's joined by Brittany O'Neill of the United States. Rayner, Parnham and Smith just behind. 3 laps to go. This is all going to come down to the final sprint. He's been very watchful now. Alison Favard in the pale blue. Just alongside Theodora Rayner. So too Charlotte Parnham. Those 2 riders on the front row, as it were. 2 laps remaining. 2 points advantage for Charlotte Parnham ahead of Theodora Rayner. So it is Brittany O'Neill on the front here. 1 lap to go is the bell this time. Double points on the final lap. And trying to make her way around the outside here is Louise Haston. Charlotte Parnham fixed to her wheel. Haston yet to score. In fact, no, she's got 4 points, my apologies, in third place, isn't she? So she is looking to try and take this one out, but Charlotte Parnham is in second place, and that should be enough for Parnham. So Haston will take the 10. Charlotte Parnham will get 6 points. Did Theodora Rayner finish amongst all that? So constant attack during the course of that race. That's Charlotte Parnham at second place in the final double-point sprint. Added to her 2-point advantage going into the race. For the line, should be enough to give her the medal. Louise Haston gets 10, Charlotte Parnham gets 6, Alison Vermaak 4, and Feodora Rayner 2 points. So Haston has overtaken Rayner by 1 point. So Charlotte Parnham gets the gold medal with 19 points. Silver for Louise Haston with 14, and the bronze for Feodora Rayner with 13 points. So we'll take a break from point race action to bring you the men's sprint 45-49 finals race 1. So first on track will be the bronze medal final match 1. Harold Finnesand will take on Charles Moore. Finnesand of Norway, Moore of the United States. So the draw for position for the start of this first of potentially 3 matches. This is Harold Finnesand on the outside and Charles Moore on the inside. Men's sprint 45-49 bronze medal final match 1. Charles Moore lost out to Joshua McDonald in the quarterfinals, and Harold Finnesand to Daria Zampieri. And the American currently has a small advantage over the Norwegian, but the pace beginning to lift here. Moore leads into the finishing straight, bell this time. Finnesand trying to use the throw out of the bend there to launch himself a little closer to the rear wheel of his opponent. Still got work to do as Finnesand as to go down the back straight. It's still Moore of the United States on the inside position here. Into the finishing straight they come. Charles Moore of the USA will hold off Harold Finnesand and take victory in match number 1. So on to match one of the gold medal final. Winning two riders from the semis in this one. And on the inside is Dario Zampieri of Italy, and on the outside, Joshua McDonald of the United States. Zampieri, having drawn the inside line, obliged to lead for the first half lap at walking pace or better. It's clear that Joshua McDonald does not want to go past him. Scrubbing his tyres up and down the track, the lower portion of the blue band. Now maintaining sufficient forward momentum to arouse the attention of our commissaires in the back straight. Now reach the point where they can come to a standstill if they so wish. No more than 2 standstills, no more than 30 seconds each. The purpose of one is to try and force the rider in second place to take the lead. So bouncing his back wheel, Zampieri tries to force Joshua McDonald to go onto the front and succeeds. So McDonald takes the lead. So now Dario Zampieri can complete the next lap, looking forwards, and it is Joshua McDonald who has to crane his neck, look over his shoulder to see what Zampieri will be up to next. McDonald begins the acceleration. Zampieri needs to counter this move. Both riders have a good turn of speed, as we saw in the quarterfinals. Zampieri almost on terms with McDonald. Down the back straight they go. Zampieri's got the longer route to the finish. McDonald inside the sprinter's line, just the edge of it in fact, but Zampieri's going to come over the top, and Dario Zampieri of Italy will take first blood in the battle for the gold medal. So we shall resume points race action next. It's the women's point race, moving in the age category 45 to 54. Again contested over 40 laps of the track. With 4 sprints, 10 points for a lap gain or minus 10 points for a lap loss. 12 riders on the start list for this women's point race final. So the riders coming out onto the track, half will start on the blue band, half will start on the fence. We'll do a quick head count. Our officials will make a note of any non-starters. Amongst the field here, in fact, in 4th place in the line of riders on the blue band is the champion from Los Angeles last year, that's Monique Snyders of the United States. So 11 riders on the start line for this 40-lap point race. So the gun will fire to get the race underway this time. Rachel Crew, silver medal from the team pursuit. There's a ride on the front as the gun fire got the race started. Three laps completed so far. In fact, there'll be 36 to go when they come to the line this time. 6 away from the first sprint. First sprint draws ever closer, 3 laps away from it this time. Everyone's pretty much had a little look off the front. Penny Pawson begins to animate the action in the front of the field. They're right, already languishing off the back here with that increase in pace. Bell this time, sprint next time. Pawson on the front with Melanie Dobbins second wheel. Trying to extricate herself from the line, try and make her way around the outside. Past Dobbins and has got the front of the race in her sights, in for maximum points. Good move there from Monique Snyders, the defending champion from LA last year, so he gets maximum points in the opening sprint. Well, the silver medal, of course, in the scratch race here this week, and a bronze in the time trial for Monique Snyders. Now she has opened her account in the point race with a maximum score of 5 in that sprint. Penny Pawson gets 3, Melanie Dobbins 2, and Christine DeCole of the United States 1 point. Leading riders just at corner 2. So the riders attached with the pressure that was applied there. And the back marker is in the home straight. And that is Fiona Walker. So the leading 5 riders at the head of the race, not committed to continue the attack, so the rest of the field, with the exception of Fiona Walker, will, I think, make the junction before the next sprint. 27 to go. as predicted, the bunch has reformed. So just the back marker for Fiona Walker. 1.5 kilometres away from the next sprint. So just to emphasise, there are a mix of age categories here in this point race, as there was in the previous one. So in fact, there'll be 2 medal ceremonies at the outcome of this race, one for the younger group and one for the older group combined together here. 23 laps to go. Fiona Walker not yet succumbed to the lap loss, but the pace begins to pick up in anticipation of the next sprint. She could well get swept up by the front of the main field. Just taking a small advantage, as Walker will now lose a lap with 22 to go. She goes to minus 10 points. Jude Patterson, Great Britain, was the rider in orange with the white disc wheel who forged that move. She's still on the front. Bell this time, 1 lap to go for the next sprint. Coming over the top of Patterson. Leading the string through the line is Monique Snyder's. Maximum points, of course, for Snyder's in the opening sprint. She wants to double that a point score this time. She has 1 rider for company. Snyder's looking for another 5 points on the line. Challenging hard was Penny Pawson, but it's Schneider's from Pawson once again for the points on the line. So 10 points now for Monique Schneider's and 6 points for Penny Pawson. Marissa Axel of the United States just beat her fellow countrywoman Christine Durkle into 3rd place. So she gets 2, Durkle 1. That's the current point standings with 19 laps to go. Monique Snyder's on 10, 4 points in arrears. Penny Pawson and locked together on 2 points each. Marissa Axel, Melanie Dobbins and Christine Durkle. Fiona Walker lost her lap just going into that sprint, has once again been ejected from the rear of the main field. So the head of the race is the main field at corner 3. 18 laps remaining. Well, the pattern of this race so far is it springs into action for the sprint laps and then regroups, rides around for the rest of the time. 4 away from the penultimate sprint. So those riders without any points on the board thus far may be taking more of an interest in the next chance will be 3 laps time when they come into the home straight this time. So the main combatants in the point scoring so far beginning to move inexorably nearer to the front of the main field. Penny Pawson and Monique Snyders, top of the track. Pawson gets out of the saddle, injects a bit more pace here. Fiona Walker will lose another lap as the British accelerate past. So Pawson on the outside here. Schneider's poised to try and attack her as they come under the scoreboard. Pawson holding on, but on the inside of the track, it's going to be very close for the maximum point score for Melanie Dobbins. So Dobbins and Pawson. We'll see who got the nod on that one. That was the penultimate sprint, so just one more sprint to go, which of course will count for double points. It was Pawson just from Dobbins, so that's a good result for Penny Pawson, who was lying second. She gets 5, Dobbins gets 3, Snyder in third place for 2. And 1 point for Jude Patterson. So Monique Snyders will retain her lead, but the gap has foreshortened to just 1 point. Penny Pawson profiting from that maximum score that time. Melanie Dobbins up into third place with 5. Marissa Axel and Christine Nicole with 2 points and a single point for Jude Patterson. 8 laps to go. Once again, the main field all together, just 1 lagging rider, Fiona Walker. Well, Penny Pawson took a great bronze medal in the scratch race in this age category. She's hoping to go at least 1 better, maybe 2 here. She's got a 6-point buffer ahead of Melanie Dobbins, and is only 1 point off Monique Snyders. Double points, of course, on the final lap. Heading into the final kilometre, decision time looms as the final sprint gets ever closer. Monique Snyders, the current leader, by 1 point, sitting in the middle of the bunch, not far off the wheel of Penny Pawson. She knows that Pawson is the danger here. Two laps remaining. It's all going to come down to this final sprint. Pawson begins to accelerate. Schneider's is going to go with that move. She can't afford not to. Pawson trying to come around the outside here. With the bell and 1 lap to go this time. Penny Pawson and Melanie Snyders. On the front, it's Melanie Dobbins in third place, but Dobbins is going to be blown away here by the charge from behind, and so is Pawson. Schneiders has gone clear at the front. Well, the defending champion of the age category, Monique Snyders, who took the title in LA, adds another gold medal to her list. Marissa Axel took second there of Penny Pawson. Axel had 2 points going to that. She'll have 8 now. So not sufficient to overhaul Pawson. But Monique Schneider's that great final sprint double point score will give her 22 points and the gold medal. Emphasising once again, there are 2 gold medal battles gone on within that race, and we will have 2 separate awards ceremonies later this evening. So Monique Schneider with 10, and Marissa Axel with 6, Penny Pawson 4, and Rachel Crew with 2 points. That means that Monique Schneider's is your winner of the point race, 22 points, 15 points for Penny Pawson in second, and Marissa Axel takes third on 8 points, with Melanie Dobbins in 4th place with 5. So we'll be back to sprint action in just a couple of moments. And it'll be match 2 in the men's sprint 45-49 for both bronze and gold medal finals. So first up is the bronze medal final match 2, Harald Finnesand of Norway and Charles Moore of the United States. There's Moore who took the first one. If he takes this one, he will be the bronze medal winner. So pressure on Harald Finnesand of Norway to try and hit back. He's drawn the inside line this time. They swap start positions from the first heat. If it does go to a decider, I'll draw again to see who goes on the inside. So while Finnesand prowls around the middle part of the track, Moore drops down to the bottom. Finnesand follows suit now. Advice and encouragement from the track centre. But Finnesand knows exactly what he's got to do. But Charles Moore also had a good turn of pace in the first match. Once again, he is beginning to accelerate away from Finnesand. Finnesand out of the saddle, trying to match the pace of his opponent. He's not too far behind as he goes into the back straight, but he's got the long way round. Moore still holds on to the sprinter's line. Finnesand is beginning to make some progress, but I think he's going to run out of track because here comes your bronze medal winner, Charles Moore of the United States. 2 straight rides will take the bronze medal in the men's sprint 45 to 49 age category. So Errol Finissan, the first to congratulate Charles Moore on his bronze medal. Errol will finish in 4th place, and we will turn our attention to the gold medal final between Dario Zampieri of Italy and Joshua McDonald of the United States. Zampieri was the winner of the first match. Dario Zampieri's turn to start on the inside this time. In fact, not on the outside. That's what I meant. It's Joshua McDonald on the inside with the dotted white sleeves to his jersey. Zampieri maintaining a respectful distance behind Joshua McDonald at the moment, starting to elevate his position on the track in the back straight as well. McDonald follows suit and then drops back down to the bottom. First lap almost completed, situation unchanged. It's still Joshua McDonald on the front. Zampieri just once again trying to scrub off any speed he's got to maintain his position behind his opponent. So the tactical battle continues into the second lap. McDonald begins the acceleration, not fully committed though, still looking around at Zampieri. Zampieri meanwhile is winding up his pace and using the height of the banking here to come onto the wheel of McDonald. Zampieri beats the draw level as they go down the back straight. He's got the longer run to the line, but he's ahead as they come into corner 4. Dario Zampieri already with 1 match to good makes it number 2, and he's pretty pleased about that because he is going to be your gold medal winner in the men's sprint 45-49. Joshua McDonald will finish 2nd with the silver medal, and Charles Moore takes the bronze. So the action will continue on the track with the women's point race age category 55 plus. So 2 age groups contesting this women's point race 55 plus. And I can tell you that the commentators have issued a warning to rider number 74. It's A37 for missing, modified or not visible body number. So this race again contested over 40 laps, 10 kilometres with 4 sprints. Multiple Masters medalist already this week. Janet Berkmeyer for Great Britain is here. Carol Scott as well. She's also accumulated a number of medals during the course of the competition so far. Six laps away from the opening sprint. Carol Scott of Great Britain, number 79, is the rider at the top of the track in the blue colours. Just ahead of her, Janet Berkmeyer, I mentioned a few minutes ago, in the black and orange, wearing race number 68. So the pace slowly beginning to increase. 2 laps to go to the opening sprint. Lindsay Clark and Orla Hendron towards the front. Lindsay Clark of Great Britain, Orla Hendron of Ireland. It's Hendron who has the lead position. Clark just alongside. 2 riders have already been dropped off the back here as we anticipate the first sprint at 30 laps to go. Janet Bergmeyer gets herself into a good position here to pick up maximum points. So 5 points for Janet Bergmeyer, opens her scoring account. Two riders dropped here. There's Meg Mortner of the United States. So going backwards, Monica Nevitt also from the United States. So Bergmeyer for 5, Valland for 3, Clark 2, and Maria Mora, Spain, picks up 1 point. That's the result of the opening sprint. Janet Bergmeyer amongst her medals this week, including of course scratch race gold in this age category. Carol Scott on the front once again. And an attacking move at the bottom of the track. As the bunch look at each other. Bergmeyer first to respond, but it's short-lived as the rider involved swings up and Bergmeyer follows her. That move came from May-Britt Valland of Norway. She was second to Bergmeyer in the opening sprint. Next to try her hand. Second time she's been to the head of the race is Orla Hendron of Ireland. Lindsay Clark leading the chase with Bergmeyer just behind her. First rider will lose a lap when the main field catch her. Rider going 1 lap down is the Monica Nevitt of the United States. And Meg Mortner will shortly befall the same fate as well. So both those riders minus 10 points for the lap loss. Three away from the next sprint. William Fluke of the United States, rider currently on the front of the bunch here. Our 2 riders who are a lap down are already going out the back again. Meanwhile at the front, the acceleration once again being provoked by May-Britt Valland of Norway. Janet Bergmeyer second wheel. Bergmeyer eases herself onto the shoulder of her Norwegian opponent. That makes her way around the outside. Points on the line this time. Bergmeyer picks up 5. She'll double her score to 10. Oh, and just denied on the line there by Lindsay Clark for second. So Janet Birkmeyer for 5 is Lindsay Clark getting second place, May-Britt Vallen third, and Maria Mora in fourth. So Birkmeyer doubles her points to 10. May-Britt Vallen on 5, Lindsay Clark also on 5 now as well, and Maria Mora next in the standings. 18 laps to go. So there's only 4 riders to score points so far. 2 sprints remain. Final sprint, of course, for double points, which can be all important to deciding the final medals. Pace of the race at the moment seems an attempt at a lap gain unlikely. Mayfield being very watchful of any attacking moves. Hendron was swiftly brought back into the fold a few laps ago. Monica Nevitt and Meg Molnar once again find themselves losing contact at the back of the race. 5 laps remaining to the next sprint. Lindsay Clark is in a good place here. She's at the inside line at the bottom of the track. All the Hendron just on a wheel. Perhaps thinking maybe she'll have a go at trying to stretch this one out in anticipation of the next sprint. In fact, it's all the Hendron and Carol Scott coming from the back here. Scott making ground on the blue band, which is not permitted. As officials will take a look at that one, I'm sure. Blue bit not being part of the track. One away from the sprint. Carol Scott on the front with Lindsay Clark second wheel. Order will change, and Janet Birkmeyer is fighting away to the front here. So Birkmeyer for 5 points, and May-Britt Vallen getting second that time. Maybe a revision to the order across the line in that sprint. I can tell you that Carol Scott, who crossed the line first in that sprint, has been relegated. It is a C2 in relegation for riding on the blue band. A very clear infraction of the rules, as I pointed out in commentary. You can't go up the inside on the blue. So Janet Birkmeyer, winner of the sprint, by default, gets 15 points now in her total. May-Britt Vallen on 8, Lindsay Clark 7, and Maria Mora on 3 points. 6 laps to go to the final sprint. Janet Bergmeier in a good position, not an unassailable one though. 10 points from the first rider across the line in the final sprint. Both Valland and Clark would be in with an outside chance if Bergmeier failed to score, but given that she's been there or thereabouts in every sprint so far, it seems an outside possibility. She's currently in second wheel in the orange and black. 1 kilometre to go. May-Britt Valland of Norway, top of the track, front, keeping a very careful eye on Bergmeier. Also aware, of course, of the challenge of Lindsay Clark for her silver medal position, now just 1 point behind. It'll be 1 lap to go this time. Bell and the final sprint beckon. Valland on the front, but here comes Bergmeier around the outside. And Lindsay Clark challenging May-Britt Valland for second place. Janet Bergmeier has got the gap. She's riding into 10 points and a gold medal here as Janet Bergmeier to add to her impressive list of medal wins already. The battle for second though being played out here, and Valland just gets there ahead of Lindsay Clark. So 6 points for Valland, 4 for Clark. So Janet Bergmeier will take the gold medal in her age category in that mixed category race. Of course, we'll find out all our medal winners and we'll bring you the awards ceremony a little bit later. We'll round off the result for you in a moment. But Janet Bergmeier, a clear winner. 10 points in the final sprint, 6 for Valland, 4 for Clark, and 2 points that time for Carol Scott. Should be ruining that relegation. Should have been on 7 otherwise. So Janet Bergmeier with 25 points, May-Britt Valland with 14, Lindsay Clark with 11, Maria Mora with 3, and Carol Scott with 2 points. So no necessity for match C's in the men's 45-49 sprint finals. Our next event on track will be the men's point race for the age category 50 to 54. So a full field of 24 riders for this men's point race 50 to 54 final. Came through 2 qualification heats that began our racing program earlier this morning. Contested over 60 laps, 15 kilometers with 6 sprints. So the bronze medalist from the point race in Los Angeles at the World Masters last year is in the race here. This is Michael Miller of the United States. Andrew Bruce of Great Britain just swinging off the front of the group as they came through the line. 55 laps to go, 54 on the line next time. Still all together. First sprint, 1 kilometre away. Matthew Hardcastle just having a little look at the front of the race as well. Line of riders moving over the top of the bunch as they come under the scoreboard. John McClelland, a British Masters champion. Also World Masters titles in years gone by for John McClelland in the orange colours of Great Britain. It's second or third wheel on the track at the moment. John Blackwell of Ireland in the green, about the middle of the bunch with him. 2 laps to go to the first sprint. France take up the head of the race with Frederick Costa. Still all together though. The bell this time for the first sprint. Costa leading this one. Challenge will come on his right shoulder. 5 points for Costa. Second place in that sprint went to Harry Waldeland of Norway, the scratch race champion. First signs of daylight at the front of the main field. 48 laps to go. Costa had 5 points, Waldeland 3. Ian Cooper took third place in that sprint, and Martin Rube of Spain won. So that was the opening points score. Majority of the riders reform at the front of the main field, leaving just 2 leading riders with 46 laps remaining. It's only a small advantage for these two. They're trying to bridge across. The main field will have them back in their grasp any moment now. James Daniels of Norway is also one of the 3 leaders, but as the gap closes right down, all back together again. 44 laps to go. Richard Keller of Canada, so his little turn at the front here. Trying to extricate himself from the midst of the bunch here, coming to the front of the arrowhead as they come into corner 4. That is Matsui Matsui of Japan. Starting to wind it up for the next sprint. Rides across the front of the bunch here, challenging for maximum points, and I thought I will go to the photo. It looked just as though Matsui may have held on for that one on the outside. Once again, 5 riders force themselves clear with the pace injected from that sprint. They'll try and continue and gain the advantage. Matsui still on the front. He did get maximum points from Anthony Wallace second, Frédéric Othroit of France in third for 2 points. And the 4th place in that sprint. Oh, and the big crash has taken John McClelland at least out of that one. Track is clear. It's 2 riders involved there. The rider who was affected by that crash is Luis Morales of Chile. Morales' bike receiving attention. He can take up to 1.3 kilometres out of the race, which equates to 5 laps of the track without losing ground. Meanwhile, the race continues. 36 laps to go. Lone leader in the finishing straight. This is Michael Miller of the United States. As I mentioned at the start of this race, Michael Miller was the bronze medalist in Los Angeles last year. Morales, with that now flapping number, will rejoin the race. Meanwhile, retiring from the action is Graham Langford of Great Britain. So Miller still the lone leader here. Chase behind being animated by John Blackwell of Ireland, with two further riders. Another one about to do a bridge cross to that now four-man chasing group. So the race situation, the lone leader is the pursuit line of the back straight. Four chasers just emerging from corner two, the main field, and one lagging rider who is Rudy Gallion of France. It's about to be overhauled by the leader. 1 lap to go to the sprint. And the sprint on the line this time. The good news is that John McClellan is up and leaving the trackside. So it looked like maximum points held on there for Michael Miller. That'll be his first score in this race for Michael Miller, the bronze medalist from last year. 29 laps to go. I'll be joined by that four-rider chasing group. All riders bridging across the gap as well. The race with John Blackwell on the front of that group. Ian Cooper took a couple of points. We'll wait for the screen to switch over to the confirmation of that sprint result for you. Loss for Rudy Gallion during that excitement of the sprint. Well, now they've got 3 riders on 5 points each: Frederick Costa, Ottawa Masui and Michael Miller, who is the winner of the most recent sprint. Frederick Ottawa of France with 4 points, James Daniels with 3, along with Harry Walterland and Anthony Wallace. Split in the leading group, 3 leaders, 4 chasers. Main field almost half a lap behind. 24 to go, 4 away from the next sprint. Rider on the front of the main field realises the danger there. This is Jason Kierman of Great Britain. Leading group getting closer and closer to the back of that main field. If they make the junction, it will be a lap gain, and they will get points added for the lap gain. Two laps to go to the next sprint. The leading 7 riders come back together. Same straight as the back of the main field with 1 lap to go to the sprint. On the front of the group is Richard Keller of Canada. So the group of 7 riders will pick up the points, even if they do latch onto the back of the group ahead. So they'll pick up the points, then they will gain the lap. So with those riders gaining a lap, the head of the race now is Harry Walterland of Norway. Pursuit on the back straight for him. So 10 points for all of our lap gaining riders. Plus the points from the sprint. Cooper, Costa, Daniels and Keller, the order across the line in the sprint. So now Frederick Costa has 18, Ian Cooper has 17, James Daniels 15, along with Michael Miller. Frederick Ottawa of France has 14, and John Blackwell of Ireland and Richard Keller of Canada on 11 points. 17 laps to go. Wallace of Great Britain has retired. Race all together now, 15 laps to go. No one off the front, no one off the back. Single point separating Ian Cooper from Frederick Costa. Harry Walsland, the scratch race winner, didn't make it into that group who gave the lap. 13 to go. The head of the race, lone rider Michael Miller, once again. He did benefit from that lap gain. He's on 15 points, in joint third place, along with James Daniels of Norway. It's Miller on the attack, with 12 laps to go, 2 away from the next sprint. Looking over his shoulder to see who is animating the action behind. There's the saddle, putting in a big effort here to try and get across to him is Moto Masui of Japan. Searing attack from Masui. Halfway across the gap. More riders bridging from the main field, attempting to get to the leaders as well. Penultimate sprint on the line this time. Matthews is caught by Masui. Miller is caught by Masui. Masui failing to gain from the lap gain as well. Masui looking behind here, and if he keeps his attention in front of him, he'll get 5 points on the line. He just held on, but Masui was more focused on who was coming up behind him. So the result of that sprint, 5 riders have gone clear of the main field, 9 laps to go. So Masui gets 5, Cooper 3, Costa 2 and Arupa 1. So first and second place riders benefit from that sprint, but they're now equal on points because Cooper was better placed than Costa in that sprint. So Ian Cooper has 20, Frederick Costa has 20. James Daniels on 15, along with Michael Miller, 14 points. Frederick Othward of France, 11 for John Blackwell and Richard Keller. 8 laps to go, 2 kilometres. Oh, and another crash. And several riders involved in that one, they had nowhere to go. Track is clear, so the race will continue. Well, a moment's inattention in the middle of that bunch, touch of wheels, and down they came. The riders who were caught up in that had nowhere else to go, involved in that tumble, with 7 laps remaining, 6 to go this time. Still the race continues, and on the front is James Daniels of Norway. Rejoining following the crash. Five to go. Daniels with a small advantage here, looking for 10 points on the line. Watch, our scoreboard is lingering on the bottom part of the classification when we need to be looking at the top. So Daniels, can he hang on for the 10 points? 2 to go this time. Trying to make the junction here is Harry Walterland of Norway. He does so. So Daniels is caught, passed by Walterland. 1 lap to go. It's the bell this time. Walterland in front for Norway. So Cooper and Costa locked in 20 points at the top. 10 points on the final sprint for the winner. Here they come into the finishing straight. Just getting his head ahead of the bunch there is Harry Walterland, so he'll take the maximum 10 points. Well, no shortage of incidents in that point race final for the men 50 to 54. Daniels, who tried to hold on for the 10 points, he was on 15 in third place going into that sprint. Tied on points with Michael Miller, but he was swept away as the riders went down the back straight. Waiting for confirmation of the result of that final double point sprint. So Waldeland, who took the 10 points in that final sprint, did not benefit from a lap gain earlier in the race. So wait for, there we go, Waldeland for 10, Cooper with 6, Masui with 4 and Blackwell with 2. Well, Costa failing to score in that sprint, so Ian Cooper with 26 points will be the winner of the 50 to 54 point race for Great Britain. Frederick Costa gets second place for France, Michael Miller third place again for the United States of America in third place. So shortly we're moving into our next medal ceremonies for the women's points races. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Women's point race, age category 35 to 39. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson, OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Joanna Smith. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Theodora Rayner. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, Charlotte Parnham. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Women's point race, age category 40 to 44. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place, a winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Rebecca Remington. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Alison Favard. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, Louise Haston. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Women's point race, age category 45 to 49. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Melanie Dobbins. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Marissa Axel. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing the United States of America, Monique Snyders. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Women's point race, age category 45 to 49. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Melanie Dobbins. So the age category is 50 to 54. The bronze medal will be awarded to the rider from Great Britain, Jude Patterson. In second place, a winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Christine DeCole. In first place, and winner of the gold medal, representing New Zealand, Penny Pawson. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Women's point trace, age category 55 to 59. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson, OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place, a winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, Maria Mora. In second place, a winner of the silver medal, representing Norway, May-Britt Valand. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, Janet Berkmeyer. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Women's point race, age category 60 to 64. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson, OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Ireland, Orla Hendron. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Barbara Wilds. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, Lindsay Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. So our final competitive action on the track this evening is the men's point race for the age category 45 to 49. Contested over 80 laps, that's 20 kilometres with 8 sprints. So final call for numbers 226, Daniel Rudd, and 232, Robert Zubanek. Sprints every 10 laps with 5, 3, 2 and 1 points for the first 4 rides across the line on each of the intermediate sprints. The final sprint of course counts for double points. Split at the front, rapidly closed down by the main field. So with the race contested over 20 kilometres, lap gains count for 20 points, and lap losses minus 20 points in this race. Silver medalist in Los Angeles last year, Chris Allington, riding for New Zealand, number 201. He's already had a bronze medal in the time trial in recent days. Also took the silver in the scratch race on Tuesday, of course, did Chris Allington. The winner of that scratch race, Ludovic Montoursi of France, is here, number 220, and the bronze medalist Jérôme Prouvost of France, also in this race, number 224. Sound the bell for the first sprint. British Masters champion Tony Gibb in the race here, trying to get around the outside. So a second, but maximum points are taken on the line by Chris Allington. So Allington gets 5. Tony Gibb, second place there for 3, subject to confirmation. Indeed it was. Tony Gibb for 3, 2 points for Jonathan Harris and 1 for Jerome Prevost. So Chris Allington opens his account with a maximum score. 68 laps to go. Just as though Jason Strather was struggling slightly with the pace as the field increased the velocity for that sprint. He's now safely back on the rear of the bunch, but it's a danger sign for later for him. All back together following that sprint. France on the front. It's Ludovic Montursi. Little look behind here from Bernie Swart of Australia. Trying to force a little gap at the front. Once again, Jason Strather is the rider who's distanced at the back. As Swart looks over his shoulder to reveal the presence of Joel Stewart of Great Britain. Four away from the next sprint. Allington in the all black, race leader at the moment. Getting closer to the next sprint, 3 laps away. With 2 when they come to the home straight this time. Allington still on the front here. Looks like Jason Strather may be about to retire from the race here. Bell goes for the next sprint. Allington leading this one out, looking to double his point score. And he does it on the line, just ahead of the rider with the homemade number. That's Jonathan Harris of Great Britain, number 212. So Chris Allington will be up to 10 points now. Needs to persist with the move and try to gain some ground on the field. Split in the middle of the main field, 3 riders. The gap between the leaders and the main field. 3 about to become 4. So Allington now for 10 points. Jonathan Harris with 5. Tony Gibb with 3. Mark Gower 2, along with Jerome Prevost, who's the only riders who have troubled other scorers so far. 58 laps to go. David Gothard, the next rider to be distanced here for Czechia. Pace has slackened in the main field, Tony Gibb sitting on the back. So Gothard looks like he may well be our next retirement. So that leaves just 10 riders on the track now. Still 55 laps remaining, 5 away from the next sprint. Montursi of France, top of the track, slotting into 3rd place. So everyone being very watchful here. Little turns being done and then dropping back. Two riders who went clear to take the sprint last time. They persisted with that move. It's always a popular time in a point race to try and steal a march on the rest of the field and gain a lap immediately after the sprint. The majority of the riders will sit up. If you can continue the momentum, you can gain a lap relatively quickly. So at the moment they're all together. Tony Gibb starting to take position nearer the front of the line here. He wants more points in one lap's time. Still Ellington on the front. Second wheel is just behind him, Eric McBride of the United States. Gibb still in the fourth spot here. Ellington looks as though he's on course for another maximum point score. He gets to 5. Just coming through for the 3 points in second place is Jonathan Harris of Great Britain. Silver medalist in the British National Masters behind Tony Gibb this year. So another 5 points for Ellington, 3 for Jonathan Harris, 2 for Eric McBride and 1 for Tony Gibb. So Ellington begins to build a substantial lead, 15 points he has, 8 points for Harris, 4 for Gibb, 2 for Mark Gower, along with Eric McBride, and 2 points also for Jerome Prevost. Those are the riders who have scored so far. Three sprints completed. So 5 remaining double points course on the last sprint. So the field's settled once more following the activity to pick up the points. Always held the pace a second, the entire field above the blue stayers line on the track. Waiting for the next move to develop, the next sprint getting closer, it's 5 laps away at the moment. Chelsea once again on the front for France. Frenchman in there is, of course, Jerome Prevost, who is better placed at the moment than Montoursi. He is aligned 4th with those 2 points. Ellington maintaining his position towards the front. He get boxed in when it comes to the sprint. To maintain his 100% record, I think. He's won the first 3 sprints. 2 away from finding out who wins the next one. Ellington is the man at the head of the race with Montoursi immediately on his wheel. Tony Gibb up to 3rd place here. The line now turns into one long line as the pace picks up. And, it's Prevost in 2nd place. So Ellington, Prevost, Gibb, first 3 riders here. And in fact, 4 riders have split off the front of the main field. It's going to be Ellington again. Gibb gets 2nd from Prevost, and then 4th place for Jonathan Harris. Will these 4 continue the move? No, they will sit up and await the arrival once again of what's left of the main field. So another 5 points for Chris Ellington. Tony Gibb gets 3 that time, Jerome Prevost 2, and Jonathan Harris 1 point. So that'll move Chris Ellington on to 20 points. More than double the score of his nearest rival, who at the moment is Jonathan Harris with 9. Tony Gibb has 7, Jerome Prevost 4, Mark Gower, Eric McBride 2 points each. Those are the only riders still to have scored points. 38 laps to go. No sign of anyone attempting to gain a lap so far. Mainfield will be very attentive to any attempted breakaway moves. Just been allowed to sneak away for the points and then been rapidly reeled back in again. 37 laps to go. Another split in the main field, 4 riders at the head of the race. 1.5 kilometres to the next sprint. Montoursi in the front. Mark Gower trying to drag the second half of the race, the 3 lagging riders back into contention. Meanwhile at the front it's Nick English. The join is almost complete once again as the 3 lagging riders rejoin the main field, all back together. 34 laps to go. Almost 15 minutes of racing completed so far. And into the second half. Tony Gibb in the pale blue colours comes once again onto the front of the race. Just behind him is Eric McBride, the United States. The ever-present race leader, Chris Allington. And again, Allington beginning to make a move around the outside of Gibb with 2 laps to go to the next sprint. Allington with once again on his wheel, Provost, and also Harris. Harris is trying to get ahead of Allington as they go into the finishing straight. So Jonathan Harris on the outside here. Can he steal the points from Allington this time? Yes, Chris Allington for the first time only takes 2nd place in that sprint. So maximum points collected on the line by Jonathan Harris of Great Britain. So he'll get 5 and Allington 3. Provost 2 and Gibb 1. 29 laps to go. So Chris Allington retains his lead. He's down to 9 points though now as Jonathan Harris moves up to 14. Tony Gibb moves up to 3rd on 8 and Jerome Provost has 6. Mark Gower and Eric McBride not scored recently, still on 2 points each. 28 laps to go. Again, numerous gaps appear on the line of riders. 3 chasers about to get back on terms with the lone leader. Well, I thought they were, but he's carried on and they have not actually made the junction. That's Nick English, the rider who is still on his own at the front. We were almost on him, but the main field have caught them back. So Nick English then in the main field as the current order with 27 laps remaining. Just flicking his elbow and swinging up as they came through the line. 25 laps still on the lap board. 3 sprints remaining, the final sprint of course with the double points. And in the absence of any lap gains or indeed losses so far, the final double point sprint could well be significant in deciding who takes away the medals here. Chris Allington, the strong favourite, still at 9-point advantage over Harris. 6 points clear of Tony Gibb in 3rd place. That's 2 points more than Jerome Provost in 4th. Well, a little dig here from Ludovic Montoursi of France. Despite all the moves he's been part of, he's yet to score. 3 away from the next sprint. He has the lead. Allington trying to close him down, followed by Harris. Well, he's lost out position in the front group at the moment is Tony Gibb of the riders in the top part of the classification. Still 2 laps to go to the sprint. It's 1 this time in the bell. So Gibb trapped in that second half of the field. So Allington and Harris best placed at the front here. Harris snuck through and denied Chris Allington maximum points last time. Is he going to do it again, do you think? So Allington on the front of the final curve before the points sprint, and Allington takes the 5. 3 points go to Harris. The rider losing contact at the back. But again, as the main field slow down, he will rejoin. Not too much difficulty. So 5 points for Chris Allington, 3 points for Jonathan Harris, 2 for Mark Gower and 1 for Ludovic Montursi. So Tony Gibb failing to capitalise on the point scoring opportunity that time, but neither did his nearest rival. Ross has got 6 now, but Harris and Allington still at the top of the leaderboard, and Allington now once again increases his lead to 11 points, clear of Jonathan Harris. There are just 2 sprints remaining. Maximum of 15 points, with the exception of lap gains left in sprints. So if Allington were to take the penultimate sprint, could well be game over for anyone else who wanted to have a chance at the gold medal. Almost inevitably, Chris Allington at the head of the race. 4 kilometres to go, 16 laps. Tony Gibb, been lurking at the back. Now he goes on the attack. Well, has he caught them napping? He's looking under his shoulder. Allington first to respond, as he must. Gibb is a danger man here. British national champion for this age category in the points race, but realises that trying to gain a lap on his own is not going to come to fruition. Too close to the sprint, 4 laps away. So the balance restored as Allington retakes the lead, and Tony Gibb, well, we gave the field an indication of what he was looking to do there, was to try and sneak away. First for the points, and then maybe to continue for a lap gain, but Allington very attentive to that move. Eventually all over the attempted breakaway. So 13 laps to go. Provost in 2nd place behind Allington currently, that is Tony Gibb in 3rd. Jonathan Harris a couple of places further back in the line. 1 lap to go to the next sprint. Allington on the front with Provost's 2nd wheel. Here comes Tony Gibb, he's looking for maximum points this time. So Gibb takes maximum points on that one. 2nd place went to Joel Stewart, I think, for Great Britain, ahead of Chris Allington. So that would have done Tony Gibb's cause no harm at all. Gibb for 5 points, Stewart for 3. Allington stuck it there for 2 points, and Harris got 1. So they'll retain the 1st and 2nd places respectively, but Tony Gibb moves a little bit closer, particularly to the 2nd place of Jonathan Harris. Only 1 sprint to go, 10 points remain. So no chance of Tony Gibb overhauling Chris Allington unless he gains a lap in the last 8, which is relatively unlikely. He could certainly challenge for 2nd place in the silver medal. It's Nick English, meanwhile, who has gone off the front of the race here. 0 points back in 9th place, but 10 points on the line here. So we've got 6 laps to go. He's got a half a lap advantage. Could propel him into 4th place. He wouldn't make it to a medal position because of failing to pick up any points previously in the race, but would make the challenge for certainly 2nd and 3rd place between Harris and Gibb rather more interesting if the maximum points are taken by English. Five laps to go. Nick English still with almost half a lap's advantage. Stewart ahead of Tony Gibb. It's Mark Gower. Chris Allington just behind them. Harris on the wheel of Allington. So Chris Allington can afford to relax now because he with the 10 points. Jonathan Harris would only accumulate 18 points. His threat is Tony Gibb, just 5 points behind. So Nick English remains at the front for the final 2 laps. An interesting sprint for 2nd place. The 6 points that carries. So English takes the bell with a lap to go. Coming out of the front of the chasing group and in pursuit is Jonathan Harris. And there's Tony Gibb. Gibb is chasing Harris, of course. And he's getting closer. Will they overhaul English? English is fading a little bit here. Harris and Gibb coming round the corner. They've left it too late, but Gibb goes over the line ahead of Harris. The gap was 5 points between Tony Gibb and Jonathan Harris. So 10 points go to English, 6 to Gibb and 4 to Harris. So that will leave the top 3 places unchanged, subject to official confirmation. Chris Allington, by accumulating all those points earlier in the race, 30 points going into that final sprint. An unassailable lead. So Nick English for 10, Tony Gibb for 6, Jonathan Harris for 4, and Eric McBride 2 points for the United States in 4th place. So that means your gold medal winner and World Masters champion is Chris Allington of New Zealand, silver medal for Jonathan Harris of Great Britain, and the bronze for Tony Gibb, also for Great Britain. So we'll bring you that medal ceremony along with the remaining medal ceremonies for the other events, the 50-54 point race, and also, of course, the men's sprint 45 to 49. So those medal ceremonies coming very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Men's Sprint, age category 45 to 49. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson, OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place, a winner of the bronze medal, representing the United States of America, Charles Moore. In second place, a winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Joshua McDonald. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Italy, Dario Zampieri. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Men's point race, age category 50 to 54. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place, a winner of the bronze medal, representing the United States of America, Michael Miller. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing France, Frédéric Coste. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, Ian Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters World Championships in Manchester. Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Masters Track World Championships. Men's point race, age category 45 to 49. The medals and jersey will be presented by Ian Emerson OBE, Chairman of the World Masters Organising Committee. In third place, a winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Tony Gibb. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Jonathan Harris. In first place, UCI Masters World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing New Zealand, Chris Allington. Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI Masters World Champion, we present the national anthem of New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. So with that final medal ceremony, that concludes day 6 of the UCI World Masters Track Cycling Championships here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. Hope you enjoyed the racing. Thank you for your company this evening. Congratulations to all of our riders on a great day's action. We begin day 7 tomorrow, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So until then, from all of us here, it's a very good night.